It's the end of live racing and Mitch is holding his annual competition. Last year it was a foot race, and the year before that it was a hot dog eating contest.
I don't know where he gets it from. I don't know.
Hey Mitch, sorry I'm late.
You're not even working today.
Oh, well I might as well just stay for the free pizza.
It's been an interesting year. Something goes down every week. Fingers crossed for today.
It's a hat competition. You're wearing goggles.
Oh well, see ya.
And what? You're not even wearing one.
I don't even work here. Ah!
Hot.
So, watch anything good lately?
What's going on? Is everything okay up there?
No, guys, it looks great.
What the heck is going on in there?
Pizza.
Hot.
Beth, good news. I have a stretch change alert. I think it's the best idea I ever had. I think it's the best idea anyone's ever had.
Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries, Day 51. Yes, it's come, the final day of the 2021 racing season. Let's take a quick look back at yesterday's action and see who was hot. While Richard Mangley he had 2 wins on the card, including Persistent against the boys in the second level allowance, and she looked absolutely dynamite, crushing them by 5. And Antonio Whitehall and Jerry Gorno, they teamed up for a couple of wins together. And as you see, Jorge Carreno ran away with the jockey title, as did trainer Jerry Gorno, both of them with absolute spectacular years. Well, Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack yesterday?
Well, I'm just still a little shaken about Beth and her sword, so I might not have any stretch changes today. But anyway, yeah, what did I see on the track? I saw a lot of unbelievable close finishes. Horses were coming from all over the place if you went too fast or too slow. So I thought it was fair. I didn't see any biases. Did you think there were some biases in there, Kirt?
No, none whatsoever. They were able to win from everywhere, so it didn't really carry the speed. And it looks like the track is the exact same as yesterday. As again, I did follow the tractor around there before we came on air.
All right. So before we get to the tractor update, just a couple of things. Let's start with just thanking everybody for following along all year. The year's flown by. Appreciate all the feedback, good and bad. Kurt's taught me to handle the bad feedback, but that's okay. It's good.
I've had a lot more years than you, Stretch, being
good.
yelled at.
It's good. It's good for us. Yeah, and joining us on the chat with Mitch and his crew. You got to see them at the start, what good work they do. And if it's your first time tuning in, you picked the right day to tune in because it's last day mandatory payout. It's going for about $1 million. I think we're going $1 million today on the pick 5. Yeah.
Okay, it's stretch day at the races, it kind of looks like.
And,
look, I'm back.
And then the high 5 is 100,000. So that's nothing to kind of sneeze at. So lots going on there. We talked about bad beats on Monday. Well, I'd like to take full. I got some good wins, I guess, on a couple nose photos. Helped both Kirt and I on our top selections and managed to finish off the pick 4 that we thought would pay over 500, and the ticket I posted managed to come in and pay almost 700. Hoping the good luck continues for today. You always need a bit of racing luck. I think anyway. Probably, Kirt, you agree with me on the racing luck.
Oh, 100%. If the racing gods aren't with you, then it's a tough battle. This is a tough game. You got to make decisions in your handicapping. They aren't always the best decisions, but sometimes you can get wins in the back door. Earlier on in the year, I had a horse that was second, but the winner was disqualified, got pushed up, and that ended up being a stellar day for me, as it did pretty well start off all my bets, ended my pick 3, and I think that was $1,000 difference in that one race where the horse got DQ'd. So that's when racing gods are looking after you and saying, okay, today's the day, but let's hope it's today for you with these mandatory payouts. Let's kick it off with a $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Home Early Shirley. Stretch, who do you have to start it off?
All right. This changed a bit. Start with the top 2 contenders. Kind of like to run second a lot. I'm not falling for the trap. The horse that got scratched actually was going to be my top selection. Could have been the lone speed in there. So I've got to adjust to kick off the final day. I don't want to be remembered for taking a seconditis horse on top.
I'm okay with that.
All right, yeah. So I'm going to go to the 5 as the top selection. I do like the 4, but there's no chance of putting that horse up there. I think she might just find herself on the lead. There isn't a lot of speed in here because of that scratch. That better effort was good. Kirt liked the horse that last time, and she did well. Yes, didn't beat that much of a field, but builds the confidence. So I've got her on top. Got the 4 in second. I've actually been betting this horse to place and getting some great place prices. Same thing could happen here. We'll be closing late. We'll find out if the 5 tires. If the 5 gets loose and keeps going, we'll get another nice second out of the 4. And then the last one cuts back. The 1 cuts back after showing speed. This horse does not usually show speed. Be sitting back and making another stalking trip. So we've kind of got one kind of speed horse and a few stalkers. So I'm going to go 5, 4, 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I have the same top 3, but in a different order. I did go to number 4, I Am On Ya, only because Sizzlin' Susie, I don't like her races when she is on the front end. Last time out, I love this horse because I said I didn't like that last race where she battled it out. I liked the previous one where the horse rallied from 6th and only got beat by 3/4 of a length. Yes, I think the horse can get loose on the front end, but I do think that number 4, I Am On Ya, who is also a closer, can sit a lot closer than they have been because there has been a lot of other speed in there. Sizzlin' Susie is coming out of the restricted races, and I Am On Ya is in the open races, so I think Sizzlin' Susie does go to the front, but I Am On Ya comes roaring down the lane and catches her at the wire. That's why I put I Am On Ya on top with Sizzlin' Susie and Go It Go. I think is 3rd best in here, so I have 4, 5, and 1. Now we're carrying on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. Are going to go 7.5 furlongs. Big favorite it looks like in here, Stretch.
Absolutely. Goes from a very tough non-2 to, I think, a very easy non-2. The price is not dropped, but the class of the field certainly has dropped. I've been playing this horse, and the horse has been in some trouble. Closing late, been too far back a few times, and then made the move. I think he'll be close enough and just kind of take over. There won't be any price on here. This is, I think, the most likely winner on the card for me anyway. But yeah, not a lot of value. You're going to have to find a different way to make some money other than the win. I went to the 6 as a second choice, kind of the best of the rest. For me, it's a kind of a toss-up for second and third. The 6 has been running the distance, going the 2 turns, so I don't mind that. And yeah, best of the rest. It has to absolutely improve to beat the 5 horse. And then the last one, I just go with Chicago Roll, running a little bit better figures, trying the 2 turns for the first time this year. We've seen these horses end up in the money, not necessarily win. So, like I said, it's the 5 and then all the others. I'll call it 5, 6, 3, Kirt.
Yeah, I'm with you, Muskoka. Easiest race by a mile that this horse gets in today. That non-3 lifer, 2 outs ago against Mr. Snickers, the allowance non-2 lifer. That was insanely tough. You'll see those horses in the last race today. And then last time out, Not Afraid ran lights out after winning its 2 previous starts. So Muskoka, short price, probably 1 to 5, but I do like a long shot in here. Number 4, Runaway Hurricane, has sprinted the last 2 starts, but look at 3 outs ago. This horse ran lights out, battling every step of the way, losing the bob at the wire to nothing but a blur. But Runaway Hurricane, I think this horse just needs a route of ground, is going to get it today. I don't think there is a pile of other speed to go out. So I think this horse can be controlling in here. And if that does happen, could go a long way and stick around for second money. And I put number 6, T-Class, for third. Coming out of the non-2, a good fourth place finish, as Double Time was so much the best there. We like taking the night train, took our money all year long, and was only a length and a quarter behind it that day. So that's my third selection, 5, 4, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. That carryover is $266,000, and no matter what is bet in, if you are the lone winning ticket and it doesn't reach $1 million, there is $1 million guarantee. Number 5, Carlos 6 is scratched, so it's scratched down to 4 horses, but definitely a competitive field.
Yeah, Kirt changes it. I actually handicapped before I saw the scratches and then had to readjust my tickets and everything. That happens, but making sure, so it was lots of time to make the changes. I've adjusted it a little bit too. So the 2 was my second selection, and this horse is classic for a good one, bad one, good one, bad one last time, so we're sitting on a good one today. I thought this could have been the horse that maybe upset Carlos 6's if got away. Did beat him last 2 starts ago. I think what can happen here, this horse can press Wits Love Taco and then take over similar like he did the 2 races back when they raced. So that's why I've got that as the lukewarm top selection. I then went to the 4 as my second selection, thinking I do know that the 2 handled the 4 quite easily last time, came up, and then the 2 pulled away. But if 1 and 2 battle and knock each other out, it sets it up for the 4. That's how I see the 4 winning. And then I will go, the 1's the third choice. Completely surprised me last time, came off the pace, ran a big race. I thought this horse was going to be a big price. Public figured this out, and the horse got up. Could just gun and steal it and praise loudly, kind of declines. Possibly, so that's why I've got all 3 of them. I'm calling it 2-4-1. I've got all 3 in the pick 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you here. I like Wit Love's Tacos just because this horse will go to the lead. Last time it went against Praise Loudly, did make the lead. Then Bacoli came early and challenged Wit Love's Tacos, and Praise Loudly ended up going on by and grabbing the win that day. But I think Wit Love's Tacos will be lasting longer on the front end. But it Praise Loudly and those 2 go battle it out. My second selection, number 4, Dust Roller. That horse got the win 2 outs ago in convincing fashion in a stalking role. Last time out, Praise Loudly went to the front, controlled everything, unpressured. Carlos 6's came from the back and ran second, just beating out Dust Roller for second money. But I think if the pace battle is there between the 1 and 2, Dust Roller will be the perfect stalker to go on by and get it. And Praise Loudly, yes, jumped up to 7,500 last time out, but this is Praise Loudly's level. It's going to be interesting to see if jockey Jorge Coreno does go to the lead or plays stalker in here. We'll see how it does play out, but I'm thinking 1, 4, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering for this $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, what do you got?
I've got it down to 2 horses in here. I decided to put the 1 as just my top selection. I do know the horse it will be the favorite. Has the back class. I like that Jared Brown claimed the horse right back, especially in the bottoms when you're claiming this horse right back. He knows that the horse is in pretty good shape, or he wouldn't have claimed it back. 3 of 5 basically in the money. Hasn't won, but the figures say that the horse can win at this level. It's just been a little bit tougher on some of the races. I think the horse should stalk, shouldn't be too far back. And then last time this combo, this horse won by 6, 2 back. It was 2 turns, but the horse just looked so impressive, had no trouble at all there. 6 is the top, is my second selection. It's Kirt's top, which we both know why. I like it. I'm using both equally. Troubled trip is an understatement. When a horse gets a refund from the unfair start, you know it was a bad start. This horse is better off the pace, closed a lot of ground, didn't beat the 2 horse, but if at a clean trip would have. You certainly can't leave the horse out. And then it's kind of a drop off for the next couple horses, in that I ended up going with the 2, A Bunch of Cash. I just liked how this horse has been running. Yes, I just mentioned that the 6 beat the 2, or lost to the 2, but would have beat him with the replay. But I've seen a bunch of class win a bunch of races last year. Could be finally rounding into that form. So that's why I've got it 1-6-2. But that's why you watch replays. Why Kirt's got the 6 on top. Kirt?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like Warren's Dirty Dancer the start before, and I was rewarded at just a little over 7-1. Last time out, love the horse again. Didn't get out of the gate. It said 6/12 on the first call. This horse got left by 20, and it was amazing that the horse even got third. It was so far back, but jockey Richard Mangley did not give up, and in the end made that huge rally. I expect this horse to take a lot of money today. If it does get out of the gate clear, I think it will maybe even show a little bit of speed in here, but it will be sitting close to the front end. So I like him again today. I like number 1, Bacoli, but this is a little bit of a horse that likes to run second also. Did have that big win, but that was a really soft field that day, but easily toyed with them. But Bacoli is running well. And I ended it off with number 4, Nair, who actually ran a huge race last time against Overanalyzer, who was dropping in from 5,000 and was bet off the board. That was the one time this year I said Nair had no shot, and I was kind of worried coming down the lane as Nair made that big move. Pretty well just ran out of ground. So he's my 3rd selection in here. I think the 4th race is quite wide open, and I took 6, 1, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 1 mile. Scratch number 2, DARPA. Stretch, who do you like in the 5th?
Well, you mentioned, so we had the one boy, or the boys versus the one girl. We saw last night how Persistent just crushed the field. She was going to be my top selection. And so after the scratch, I've actually had to move my picks in a different order, because I think it changes the race a little bit, and go from there. So I've moved up. I moved up the 3 first, to Flash of Glory. Yes, the horse is now racing older, but it's now in September, getting near the end of the year. I like how this horse just finds ways to win. Those last 2 races, Carino gave some nice rides. I like how this horse literally just found more and refused to lose. And so I think the same kind of thing is going to happen. Will be sitting a little farther back, but I think there's potential of some speed in here, and so that horse certainly can pick up the pieces. The next one is the 5, was the horse that Kirt and I talked about last time and said that was the value play that you had to use, and sure enough, it paid off for us in the last minute. This horse is one of those in and outers, ran good last time, hopefully runs similar, needs to run similar to win the race, but you can't trust it. I couldn't key the horse, but don't leave it out. And then the last horse I ended up on is the 1. This one moved into my top selections. Wasn't going to be. Could actually be controlling speed. It wasn't really fair that he had to go up against the Gooch. Nobody really beats the Gooch. And see how I snuck the Gooch in on the final there?
I got that.
Yeah. Anyway, could steal it. I like Kirt's top selection too. I find this race very difficult. I've got it 3-5-1, but wait till you see the pick 4 and pick 5. I've got lots.
Yeah, I agree with you. Bucky's pick could be the speed in here, but I went to number 7, Hazim. This horse showed some speed last time out. Most amusing was in the race and cut suicide fractions on the front end. And what Hazim was in the little second wave of horses, then fell back to 6th and re-rallied down the lane. And that really surprised me on Hazim, who really hadn't had a lot of races going around 2 turns. But what the difference is since the horse got Lasix, it has been a different horse. Ran a couple good races previous to that to Marquis Well. And Marquis Well has won 2 out of those 3 previous races against Hazim. Lost to Gold Buyer, and Life's Been Good so far. Those 2 were in the photo. Him and Life's Been Good so far. Gold Buyer got an absolute dream trip and a perfect one. I think Hazim might get that perfect trip today, right behind Bucky's pick. And I love the morning line price of 10-1. I also like number 5, Gold Buyer. You have to. What a good race last time out. Exploded from behind the pace and drew off to win by an easy 2. This horse always has that race in him, but he doesn't always bring it to the track, like Stretch said. So if you're going to take this horse at 3-5, well, I'd be sweating it out till the horses do cross the wire. And my other selection, number 6, Hoochie Coochie Sam. This horse is jumping up to the allowance level, but the horse has been running well in its last 5 starts. A good second to Gooch's Express, a good second to Plum Lucky, where the horse made a power move around the turn, and that's the kind of move I'd like to see it make against Bucky's Pick and Hazim. If he can do that at the head of the lane, he will be able to last to the wire and might be another one with a big price. So I went 7, 5, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, a $5,000 claimer. Fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers. They're going to go the 7 furlong distance. Scratch number 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. Stretch, who do you got in here?
Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but say another tricky race in the sequence because, yes, we both have the same horse on top. She does make the class drop. She's back where she is, won 3 of 6 at the distance, 6 for 6 in the money. I expect a pace battle in here, probably between the 1 and the 5. And so when you don't really like the outside post too much, or we don't anyway at the 7 furlongs, but when you're a closer, I feel it's not a big deal. You can kind of sit back. She's that closer. The rail is sometimes bad for the closers because you could get really shut off there. So that's why I've got her on top. I think she just gets the right trip and go from there. I'll go back to a horse that I was successful on last time. I just like how this horse is running, and that's Funny Flowers, the 8. She actually, 2 good races here. The first one, she had all kinds of trouble. The last race, she was a closer, but she never looked like she was going to lose the race. Just that even outside move, same kind of thing. Yes, outside post, but she's not a speed horse. She can get over a bit, and she will be flying late. She'll be probably the last one to make that move, and who knows, maybe get up as a price. And then the last one, certainly not going to leave this one out. Can't leave out the best speed of the race, especially going 7 furlongs, and that's the 5. There could be a duel, but I like how Carino sometimes recognizes it, lets the other one go, and then just tries to take over late. I think the horse will get the lead at the stretch and then have to hold off the late closers. It's tricky, but I'm going to go with 6, 8, 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see pace in here with the 1 Quietly Quick, the 5 Tough Enough to Start. I think those 2 are the predominant speed, but even number 8 Funny Flowers does have speed on the outside, so I think there's going to be pace to run at. That's why I like number 6 Clarescence, taking the drop from the first level allowance to the non-4 lifer. This is a massive drop. You see what she did in that 7 furlong race earlier on in the year against non-3 lifers. She toyed with them and won easily by 5. There is no Sweet Design, Kate's Princess, DARPA, 2 Steps Faster. There is no horses like that in here. So Clarescence, they're going to have a real tough time holding off her late charge. I do like number 5 Tough Enough to Start. This horse likes going a rut of ground better than 6 furlongs, I think. Had a couple of really sharp wins in there after went to the lead a little too fast in that previous start, but those other 2 wins were very convincing. And number 3, Don't Get Smart. I like this horse last time out because there was a bunch of pace in the race and did a nice rally to run second. That was open 5,000. Now it's in against non-4 lifers, so I got 6, 5, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance non-2 lifer. They're going to go 6 furlongs, Stretch. Closing off the pick 5, who do you like?
Yeah, closing off pick 5, closing off the meet. It's a good race. I think they picked a good race to finish off the meet. There's some talent in here. The different horses had some flashes in here. Some were in the Derby. I'm gonna go to the 1. Is I really like how this horse ran last time. I thought maybe even it showed that the horse did belong. Showed speed, not when we didn't know who was going to be the speed in that race. That was one of the best 4 race or horse fields that I've ever watched. Just how they're going back and forth. I think he should basically stalk behind the speed and try to make that move. He's had some good moves early on in the year, running against some good ones there. I think the same kind of scenario. I think he's sitting on a second win of the year. So that is my top selection. 6 is the speed of the race in here. I really think this horse has actually figured out how to be a racehorse. Thought the horse was good at the start of the year and then kind of didn't like to finish. And then the last couple have been so good. I think the horse could get brave on here and just kind of forget to stop. Is cutting back quite a bit. It's a pretty big cut back, but that just looks so good. And then who else? I've got to put this horse for third. We've got 12, and that's E2 Babu.
Right on, Stretch. You got it right.
Well, we've said that name enough, and I always say, let's put her in second or third or first. It'd be silly to put the horse in first when the horse has 4 thirds and closes late, but that's for the others to make selections for. No names mentioned, Kirt. But if there is a big duel in here, maybe the 1 tries to push the 6, and that takes the 1 out of it. I do have the 3rd in here. If it is a closer's track, we'll see. You're only going to get 2 races to see, but could get up there, maybe a higher placing. I'm going to go 1-6-3. Kirt?
Yeah, I did go to number 3, E2 Babu. There is no stellar superstar in here. Was beaten by Mr. Snickers. Wits Coco went wire to wire, and Major Shepherd, that race was about 2-5 on the board. The Derby was really the only bad race his horses ran. That race against older horses was great. 3rd beaten 5 to Goldbuyer. Red Astaire Eviscerator, another good field. City Champ in the Golden Boy, and behind Euro Silver Biz and McKeag in the first start of the year. Those are all toughies, and none of them are in here. It's 4 boys and 4 girls going to battle it out. E2 Babu, I think today's the day. If the horse can't win this one, then it's going to be trouble. But I think E2 Babu is sitting on that win, and it is going to be today. I also like number 4, Orange Theory, one of the fillies in the field. She ran lights out last time out against Mr. Snickers and E2 Babu. She should be sitting behind Call the Cops. And I think off that last race, she runs a similar one. She's going to be right in there. And I like number 6, Call the Cops. Same reason as Stretch. Cutting back in distance. The horse has just been getting better later in the season. So if he goes to the front, tough to catch. I'm 3, 4, and 6. Good luck with all your selections this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing.
And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are... And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's final race day card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 3, Home Early Shirley. That's race number 1, scratch the 3, Home Early Shirley. And with that scratch, delete Superfecta wagering, no Superfecta in race number 1. Now turning your programs to race number 2, just some overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the Oak Park Powerline Services Limited race, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, scratch number 5, Carlos 6s. That's race number 3, scratch the 5, Carlos 6s. The jackpot pick 5 carryover sits at just over $266,000, but if the pool does not reach $1 million, then if you are the lone winning ticket, you are guaranteed that $1 million, and it is getting paid out today. Mandatory payout on the jackpot pick 5. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 5, the JP Weiser's Derby, scratch number 2, DARPA. That's race number 5, scratch the 2, DARPA. Now turning your programs to race number 6, Chris's 60th birthday celebration race. Scratch number 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. That's race number 6, scratch the 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening. Just some overweights on your TV monitors. The jackpot high 5 carryover, just over $31,000. Add another $1,100, $32,430 plus what's bet in. Again, it's a mandatory payout in race 7 on the jackpot high 5. Well, a beautiful day to cap off the race season here in Winnipeg. Currently, 90% sunny and very windy stretch.
That was my forecast.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
What are you going to do after the season? Have you hooked up with a TV station, or are you just going to do your own podcast?
Yeah, well, see, positive 90%. Normally it would be 10% rain or cloudy. It's 90% sunny, and I can see I'm in the red leaf that's blowing. That's exciting.
Okay, I'm not going to watch that podcast, but the temperature, 24 degrees Celsius or 75 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card of racing, and we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 14 minutes. welcome down on paddock 4, race number 1. We're going to kick off the final day of racing with a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Home Early Shirley. And just a reminder with that scratch, there's no superfecta wagering here in race number 1. Stretch, who do you have in the opener?
All right. I fell into the 5 after the scratch because originally I thought 3 was the scratch or the speed. So I'm going to go, you made a good point on ASD Live that you don't really like the 5 on the lead too much, but I think the 5 is just going to inherit the lead. It's just has the most pure kind of speed. It laced one last time. Yes, it was a weaker field as mentioned, but I just like when horses win races. I think she can go right to the lead and just shut her down and kind of go gate to wire and then let the stalkers come at her late. And yeah, that's why I got it. You know, the four I do like to run second. I think it's a great place bet, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I like I Am On You to win this one. I think that Sizzlin' Susie would probably go to the front here, but I did not like the way she went to the front against True Kate and Sophie McTrophy 2 outs ago. And that's why the last time she ran, I really liked her in there against No More Secrets and Sophie McTrophy, as there was a lot of speed. But the previous start 3 outs ago, she ran dynamite behind Divine Ride to run second. Sizzlin' Susie, yes, it was an impressive win, but those fractions were not that solid that day. That's a pretty soft half mile and 48-1. I'm thinking that I Am On You won't be more than a couple lengths off the lead in here, and she has back-to-back second place finishes, lost to Barbie's Quest, and then last time Fire on Command was taking the big drop in class from the 3-year-old first level allowance and was bet off the board and did impressively win that day. But I Am On You getting the 5.5 furlongs. I think she's going to be right only a couple lengths off it. So I'm thinking today's the day for her. Number 1, Go It Go. What do you think she's going to do today?
I think she's going to come off the pace. I like how she went to the pace to the front last time, and now she cuts back. She's usually a little too far back. I think that helps her today to sit a little bit closer. We've been using this angle. I've used it for a long time. We've been very successful lately on a horse showing something different, and so that's why she's definitely in the mix. As you can see that the 1, 4, 5 are kind of alternating on who's favorite and that. So in the mix, just a matter of, I think if can make the close and outclose the 2.
Yeah, I think
outclose the 4.
I think the reason she went to the front last time out was because Jerry Garno had Mission Reality in there, and that horse was the 45-cent favorite who came back to win last night once again impressively. But Go It Go was the rabbit, but ran a really good race in there, battling with Christmas Dance early and then pulling away and then lasting to run second. Only beating those 3 lengths. Mission Reality, I think, won by a length and a half last night. So Go It Go. If this horse does come off the pace, it showed a big race 3 outs ago when it did run behind Divine Ride in second, going 5.5 furlongs once again. Antonio Whitehall and Jerry Gorno have teamed up for 4 wins in the last 2 days, so this definitely wouldn't be a surprise, and that's why 9-5 on the board. The last one, number 2, My Trudy, was a winner, breaking the maiden 4 outs ago impressively as the less than even money favorite, 15 cents on the dollar. And then last time out, ran against Sizzlin' Susie, but really never got going.
No, I think it was, the 2 7.5 furlong races, especially the one after the win, was a little optimistic, and then sometimes horses may lose their heart a little bit, and I think maybe that's what's happened with her, because she was okay the first couple starts of the year, and just hasn't shown much. Maybe she could improve and maybe get in the top 3 if one of the others don't fire.
Yeah, she had a really good 2-year-old campaign, went against the undefeated still Melisandre
in those 2 races, and then hit Witt's 10, who's won 5 this year. So that 2-year-old campaign was good. She started off the year good with her first 2 starts, but then went in some really tough ones. The older horses, Sweet Design, Dazzling Gold, then hit Not Afraid and G's Poppy's Warrior. Those are the boys that broke their maidens easily by almost double digits, 7 and 8 lengths between them. But this is a horse that could improve in here. 11-1 in a 4-horse field. She brings her best race. I think it's definitely another one that could win it.
Sure, the value's there, absolutely.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Yeah, I'm just going to start small, just to pick 3. I have my single in the next race. So I've got 1, 4, and 5 in here with the 5, which I think is just a standout, and then 1, 2, and 4 in the 3rd race. Make a few extra bucks to build for the pick 4, pick 5 in there. Kirt.
Well, if I was listening to Stretch, I'd have 20 to place on the 4. But no, I like I Am On Ya today. Richard Mangley had 2 wins yesterday. So I'm going with I Am On Ya, as him and Devin Gittins won the last race with Persistent. Hopefully they make it a daily double of days. And I got 20 to win on the 4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1. And we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Go It Go, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is My Trudy, owned by Fred and Debbie Rawson, trained by Fred Rawson with Caleb Pizarro. Number 3, Home Early Shirley, was scratched. Number 4 is I Am On Ya, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavalez, trained by Devin Gittins with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 5, Sizzlin' Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickenez. No superfecta wagering. Take note, here in race number 1, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. Yes, it's only 4 horses, but that's okay. It's easing us into an exciting day of racing. I've landed on the 5 because I think the 1, 2, and 4 are your stalkers. They'll be chasing her. I think Susie can or Sheldon Chickness can get Susie out, shut her down, and let them try to catch her. And then after that, it's kind of a bit of a guess. The 4 is certainly a contender. I just like that this horse always runs second. I think he runs second again. Call it 5-4-1.
Yeah, Stretch, I do like I Am On Ya. I think today is the day for her. I agree with you that Sizzle and Susie is a speed, but I don't think I Am On Ya is going to be too far away. And that is going to be the key coming down the lane. The wind is blowing out of the south, so it's a headwind coming down the lane. I think she's going to draft and blow on by late. So I like 4 and 5 here in race number 1. Post time! Go it go! First into the starting gate. Next up, My Trudy. Just 2 left to load. I Am On Ya. Now just waiting on the even money favorite, Sizzle and Susie. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Sizzle and Susie. Straight after to grab the early lead now by 2. Go it go. On the inside in second with I Am On Ya. Painted on her outside, the early trailer, My Trudy.
is 6 off the early lead. Sizzlin' Susie cuts the wind-aided opening quarter in 24-1. Go It Go and I Am On Ya still racing in a pair. 3 lengths behind. My Trudy is making up ground from 4th, but still on the lead. Sizzlin' Susie. As they hit the head of the lane, she's now opened up 5 through a half and 48-1. Sizzlin' Susie, a late rally. My Trudy on the outside, gonna try and go after her, but to no avail. Sizzlin' Susie, gate to wire. Second's gonna go to My Trudy, third Go It Go, and fourth to I Am On Ya. The Stewart's close to number 5, Sizzlin' Susie, as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, My Trudy. Third to number 1, Go It Go. And fourth to number 4, I Am On Ya. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48-1. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 5, Sizzlin' Susie. Sizzlin' Susie's a bay filly, 4 years old by True Sense, out of the mare Regal by Safapiano, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickadas. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 108-1. Number 5, Sizzlin' Susie, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Ken Pollock. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. There are no changes. Kick it off another pick 3 here in race number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention back down to the winner's enclosure. Making a presentation to the 2021 leading rider, our Chief Executive Officer here at Assiniboia Downs, Darren Dunn presenting to jockey Jorge Carreño, who pretty well took it wire to wire here in the 2021 season. We'd like to thank Jorge Carreño. To his right, his jockey agent, Tim Gardner. With him, a fabulous year. Congratulating the 2021 leading jockey at Assiniboia Downs, Jorge Carreño. Well, this is it. The final night of live racing for 2021, and your chance to win $1 million if your ticket on the jackpot pick 5 that starts in race number 3 is the only correct one. The pool must be won tonight, as the pool in the jackpot high 5 as well in the last race. The pick 5 pool should reach more than $1 million, and the high 5 pool could grow to $100,000. And welcome back down to paddock 4, race number 2. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers, going the 7.5 furlongs. Stretch, Sizzle, and Susie to the front. No mistake at any point.
Nope. When you're kind of the controlling speed, Sheldon give a good ride and just shut the horse down. Like the fractions, you know, was 24 and change, and that was with Win behind. So you knew she wasn't going too fast. She didn't need to go too fast.
And that's why I threw in the wind-aided 24 and 1. The horse should have been in the 23s, but he made it there so easy. So that was probably a 24 and 4 first quarter, and then sped up a little and was long gone.
Long gone, and then you know, that late point about My Trudy, that there's something there, and closed, and sure enough, so good, and always check.
4-horse field, $36 tractor.
Correct.
With the favorite on top.
Correct. Yeah.
Take all for $6. You make a $30 profit. Good way to start the day to play a few more Pick 5 tickets.
Exactly. Here we go. Second race. We're easing into this is kind of the undercard of the big races, but the 5 is obviously the top. Not obviously, but it is my top selection. I mentioned this would be the lowest price horse on the day, I think, especially after a couple of the scratches. It should be the lowest price. I think maybe 1 to 5 is the highest you're going to get. The big angle here is. It's in the same condition of 5,000 non-2, but this horse is run against that race. Not Afraid, Bear Bryan are both pretty good horses.
Very nice horses for non-2 lifers.
Exactly. So I thought how good that one was, and even 5 lengths back of Mr. Snickers and that E2 Babu. This horse's race to lose. Doesn't have to go to the lead. Has been close to the lead on going a mile and got beat to Captain John, who ended up winning a few races. I've got nothing more to say that, right to the lead or it's just better than these on the figures alone.
Yeah, I don't think Muskoka will go to lead in here, but I don't think it's going to be 10, 15 lengths out of it. Last time this horse did go a rut of ground, was sitting back about 5 lengths, made that middle move, and then just tired late to be beaten by Captain John. But I don't see a big rallier, the Captain John style in here. So Muskoka, definitely my top selection. My second selection, though, is number 4, Runaway Hurricane. Yes, this is a maiden going against non-2s, but I think Runaway Hurricane, that race 3 outs ago when the horse finally stretched out, was a dynamite one, only losing by 3/4 of a length. I think this horse will be going to the lead, and if it does get the lead all alone, I think it's going to last for quite a while until Muskoka is going to take over, but I just think it's all about the distance for Runaway Hurricane.
Yeah, that's good. That was, like you said, the best race there. My second choice is just a proven horse that has been running the 2 turns, at least the last 4 races, but the 2 of the last 3 were pretty good. Double times won some races, been running well. 2 terms was competitive at different times throughout the year. That's why I've got this horse second. I just like the right running style to take over late, kind of like in the first race today, where the 2 horse just kind of picked up the pieces. That's how I kind of see T-Class getting up for second.
Yeah, he's my third selection in here. They weren't going to beat double time last time out, and ran a good race in there, dropped down from the allowance level after breaking its maiden at the 5,000 in a stalking roll. I don't think the fractions are going to be as slow as they went that day, though, so T-Class might be a little farther back, but I still think he has a big shot at the top 3. Another horse to look at, I'm going to look at number 2, Zip Eddie. Ran second last time out to the Loose Simply Fabulous, one of the girls, the only girl in the race that did go wire to wire. But Zip Eddie, at the beginning of the year, I thought this horse was going to turn out to be a real good one. Ran a whole bunch of flat races, but then finally showed that same kind of race last time out. I think can move forward.
I agree. That horse almost made my top 3. And then the other one I'll mention is Chicago Roll. Wasn't a great race last time, but has beaten a couple of these before. Trying 2 turns might just be something the horse needs to, again, I'm thinking maybe running third.
And what about Master Slam? 70-1 last time out. Has never even come close to the front end. Way down last year. It showed a little bit of speed. But this horse ran lights out last time out. Only to lose by a length and 3/4. The 2 route races weren't that good. But that was a big surprising effort last time out.
It was. I remember watching the race, double checking to see who it was, thinking, oh my gosh, that was the first leg of the pick 4. And yeah, that's a good reminder. I'm not sure where that came from. It isn't a non-2 though.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, what do you got?
I'm pulling a bit of a Kirt bet.
Well, I got the exact same one, but different horses.
Different horses. All right, bit of a match try race. $10 try wheel, 5 with 6 with 2 3. Or if you just want to spend $2, it's 5 with 6 with 2 3, spending the $2. Look, if it's anywhere close to that last race, that payout.
Yeah, $36. Wow. And I'm going a $10 tractor wheel, 5 with 4 with 2 6. And if you want to spend $2, you can. That's 5 with 4 with 2 6. Isn't that what you said, Stretch?
Correct.
There we go. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 Mandatory Payout Day. The horses on the track for race number 2, they're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $9,500. Number 1 is Master Slam, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Sheldon Chickeness aboard. Number 2 is Zip Eddie, owned by Trent Height, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Shamari Muir. Number 3 is Chicago Roll, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Nyrone Austin aboard. Number 4 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by All In Racing Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Muskoka, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 6, T-Class, owned and trained by Alan Brown, Neville Stevenson aboard. Post time for race number 2, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We're going 7.5 furlongs. We're going to start in front of the grandstand and go all the way around. There is a big favorite, and that's the 5. I'd be surprised if the 5 got beat. This horse has been running tougher fields. This is basically a drop-in class for him. Sitting on a win for sure. How do you make some money on this race? You've got to find out who's going to run second and third. I've got the 6T class. He likes going the distance. I think he can pick up the pieces. And maybe a bit of a long shot for me is a 3 Chicago roll. I'll give you 5-6-3 for the try. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. Number 5, Muskoka. This is a horse to beat. Not much on the win with 1-5 right now. But I do like number 4, Runaway Hurricane, the maiden in here, to run second. The one time it did go a rut of ground, lost by a narrow 3/4 of a length, and ran absolutely huge that day. So I like 5 and 4 and the 6 for third. Good luck here in the second. Time. Slam, first into the starting gate. Next up, Zip Eddie. Chicago Roll be next. Runaway Hurricane's turn. 2 left to load. Muskoka, the current 1-5 favorite. And now just waiting on T class. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Zip Eddie shows some unusual early speed to capture the lead, passing the grandstand for the first time. Muskoka on the outside now engages Zip Eddie.
Sitting on the rail, Chicago Roll in third, Runaway Hurricane. In between, horses in fourth, T-Class. 3 wide in fifth, and Master Slam is the early trailer, 6 off the lead. 25-4 the opening quarter. And now Muskoka takes over as the leader by 3/4 of a length. Zip Eddie still hustle along on the rail in second, back in third, T-Class. Then another length back, it's Chicago Roll with Runaway Hurricane to the outside. And Master Slam is still the trailer, the half 50-3. Muskoka with the lead with Zip Eddie to the inside. Chicago Roll starting to creep up in third, making a bid 3 wide, Runaway Hurricane. Then it's T-Class, and Master Slam is looking for room, and now has found it as they hit the head of the lane. On the inside, Zip Eddie, Muskoka in between, Runaway Hurricane running a massive one, 3 wide, 3 across the track. Zip Eddie on the inside. Runaway Hurricane. Muskoka, today's not the day. Zip Eddie is gonna get it done. Runaway Hurricane in second. Third's gonna go to Muskoka, and fourth to T-Class. The stewards have posted number 2, Zip Eddie, as the race winner. Second goes to number 4, Runaway Hurricane. Third to number 5, Muskoka. And fourth to number 6, T-Class. They went the opening quarter 25-4, the half 50-3. 3/4, 117. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 138-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 2, Zip Eddie. Zip Eddie is a gray roan gelding, 4 years old, by Edison, out of the mare Zippy Request by City Zip. Owned by Trent Height, trained by Tom Garnaby Jr., and ridden to victory by Shamari Muir. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 138 and 2. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race, the Oak Park Powerline Services Limited Race. Scratch number 5, Carlos Sixes. That's in this, the third race, scratch number 5, Carlos Sixes. As this does kick off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering, we'll carry on with the rest of the changes. In the Jackpot Pick 5, there are no changes in race number 4. Race number 5, scratch number 2, DARPA. That's race number 5, scratch the 2, DARPA. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Scratch number 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on lay 6. That's in race 6, scratch the 4, Victorian Moon. And number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on lay 6. And there's no changes in race number 7. Mandatory payout day of the Jackpot Pick 5. They'll go to post in 17 minutes. Well, it's time to bet on the Jackpot Pick 5, a 20-cent wager that could win you $1 million if your ticket is the only correct one. Predict the winners of races 3 to 7. The pool must be won today, and it's expected to grow beyond $1 million, which will be shared by everyone who has a winning ticket. Live racing does come to an end tonight, but nothing else changes at Assiniboia Downs. The fun continues every day. There are 140 VLTs in the Club West Gaming Lounge. To get a lucky streak going, there's simulcast racing from Tops Tracks. There's breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late night dining at the Downs every day of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000 was number 5, Muskoka, claimed by Lane Foxwell, trainer Alan Brown. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. In this, the Oak Park Powerline Services Limited race. A $2,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up going a mile. Scratch number 5, Carlos 6's Stretch Zip Eddie. Makes the last start of the year the best start of the year.
Yeah, we touched on it. We mentioned last time late about Zip Eddie could get up for second or third in that fabulous race, and then we go in. The horse goes in cycles. We've seen it all year. Horses this year that have won late were winning late in September. Same with kind of Zip Eddie. You mentioned had a good season last year and ran a big race, very game race, showing the speed. You could tell in your voice when you're calling the race. Surprisingly, Zip Eddie on the lead, and
yeah, I didn't expect him to go out and carve the early fractions, but that was a smart thing to do. And the maiden Runaway Hurricane, a mile or anything, a route of ground, that's what this horse needed. Almost broke his maiden in an on 2.
For sure, so make your notes. Don't bet the horse going short early next meet. Wait till the mile or 7 furlongs, and that's when you're going to get a big score. Here we go. This is why everybody's here. $1 million, I think it's going to get there. We've got some, first click already puts it at that. It changed with some scratches. Absolutely, I had to re-handicap because the scratches come out in the later morning. So I re-handicapped. 5 obviously was probably potentially a key on most tickets. Now we've got 4 horses in here. I don't think there's a standout at all in here. I did decide to go on the 2. Jake's already ahead of me right there. And oh, it's Marissa. Marissa's getting us for the last one. Thank you, Marissa. Very good. The 2. And this horse is an in and outer. It wins one, loses one badly, wins one. This one has a bit of an excuse. Had a big win last 2 starts ago against many of these, and then ran against the Gooch. I don't need to continue on the Gooch, but it was just too high of a level at 75. This horse does not belong there anymore. This horse doesn't need to have the lead, but seems to stalk on the outside, could stalk the 3, make the move, and hold off the closers. That's why I have the 2 as my top selection.
Yeah, I like the 2 in here, but I went to the one Whit Loves Tacos. Last time these 2 met a couple of times, and it was Praise Loudly getting the job done. But the difference being, Whit Loves Tacos only had the lead for a little over about 3 furlongs and then got challenged, had to run a lot harder. If Praise Loudly leaves Whit Loves Tacos alone on the front end, which I think is going to happen, I think Whit Loves Tacos, who showed an off-the-pace ability last time out, which was really surprising to both of us, that he ended up rallying from off the pace after going to the front in almost every start this year. So Whit Loves Tacos, obviously the horse can rate, and if you give him the loose and easy lead, Sheldon Chickeness, absolutely having the year of his life and riding fabulous. I think Whit Loves Tacos, big shot to go wire to wire.
Yeah, well, that's what you think's going to happen.
Yeah, but Jorge Carreño is the one that's really going to be the one that has the speed in here, so he's going to have the telling tale of
for
what
sure.
is going to happen.
I'm just commenting how the horse came off last time. You're, like maybe suddenly figured it out. Let's come off the pace. We're even better. But I'm
but
with
he
you.
also won on Sizzlin' Susie in the first. So the TVG update in here is Zip Eddie came off the pace or went to the front. Slower fractions, but held on for the win. The rallier just got bobbed out. And in the first race, Sizzlin' Susie, she went wire to wire in the short field. Another horse that we like, Dust Roller. What do you like about that?
Well, yeah, if 1 and 2 battle it out or move too early, this horse is going to sit just behind in probably about 3rd spot and make the move. Last time did go after the Praise Loudly and got put away, but may just get the even better trip from there.
Yeah, made the move way too early. Now Stanley Chady Jr. jumps aboard. Stanley, you've seen on Runaway Hurricane, at least in the last race,
with the maiden in the non-twos. Just got bobbed out at the end, but ran a really good race. Dust Roller runs that same race. Definitely a good shot. Witt's Hurricane has to hope for a 3-horse duel. It'll be sitting dead last trying to rally. But let's go to our picks here in race number 3. Stretch, are you spending $1,612.80?
That's what it costs to buy it?
Yeah, that's what it costs.
That's not bad, not bad. 1,000.
Okay.
All right, we'll split it. Okay, we'll get the production.
Okay, you
crew
lend
in.
me the half, and I might pay you back.
All right, sounds
I'll have
good.
a year.
Have a year. Nice.
I'll see you in May.
See you in May for sure.
Unless we win, of course.
Of course, of course.
All
All
right.
right. I've got one ticket I'm playing. I'm playing many tickets because I think it's very playable to get it a few times. But here's the ticket I'm going to post. I got 1, 2, and 4 in here. I'm taking 1 and 6 in race 4. The 6 is the trouble trip. Then I've got lots of the rest of the way. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7 in the 5th. I think that's wide open. And let's go to the 6, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1, 6 in the last. If you don't want to bet it, you need a winner right here. 28 to win on the 2 to make it an even 100.
And myself, I'm taking 1, 2, and 4 with the 1, 2, 4, 6, with the 1, 5, 6, 7, with the 5, 6, rounded out with 3, 4, 6, and 7. That'll cost $76.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the Oak Park Powerline Services Limited Race. They're going to go 1 mile for $10,000. Number 1 is Witt Loves Tacos, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 2 is Praise Loudly, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron, with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Witt's Hurricane, owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron, with Richard Mangley. Number 4 is Dust Roller, owned by Rick Lowe, trained by Mike Taphorn, with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5, Carlos Sixes, was scratched. Mandatory payout of the Jackpot Pick 5 starts right here in race 3. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, kicking off the pick 5 here, guaranteed to pay out. It is a mile race. We've got 4 horses, bit of cat and mouse in here. The 2 is going to be, we know the 2 is going to be close to the lead. It's just a matter of, does he have to press the 1 and take over or get the lead? I think he just presses and takes over and then holds off the 4 late. It's just a matter of how much pressure. If there's an all-out duel, maybe the 4 can sneak it in there to upset the field. So I've got it 2, 4, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like number 1, Wit Loves Tacos, to shake free in here and control that early pace. Has had pressure the last 2 times. It ran against Praise Loudly early. I don't see that pressure happening today. If it does happen, I agree with you. It might be Dust Roller rolling on by the 1 and 2 if they do hook up, but I think the 1's gonna shake free. Good luck here in race 3, kicking off mandatory payout of the Jackpot Pick 5.
post time. It loves tacos, the current 6-5 favorite. Stepping into the starting gate. Next up, Praise Loudly. Now the 6-5 favorite. 2 left to load. Wits Hurricane. And just waiting on Dust Roller. And now they're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Wit loves tacos. A great start and straight out to the lead. Jorge Carreño also wants a piece of it and puts Praise Loudly into it. And these two doing early battle in front of the grandstand. Dust Roller settled back in third, and Wits Hurricane watching all the action from about 9 out of it. The opening quarter, a quick 24 seconds. Praise Loudly grabbed the lead by a length and a half. To the outside, Dust Roller in second. Wit Loves Tacos is going to try and come off of it again today in third, 3 out of it. And Wits Hurricane making up ground on the backside is only 6 off the lead. The half, 49-1. Praise Loudly getting company from Dust Roller on his outside, who now looks him in the eye and pokes a nose in front. Wits Hurricane back to third, has been rallying from the back, and Wit Loves Tacos is the trailer. Dust Roller rolls to the lead now by 3. Praise Loudly is going to try and find more. 3/4, 114-2. Dust Roller, a lead by a length and a half. Praise Loudly, more to offer. Wits Hurricane, the longest shot on the board, coming on a far outside. Dust Roller, but Wits Hurricane, $14, the longest shot to kick off the pick 5. Dust Roller second best, third to Praise Loudly, and fourth to Wit Loves Tacos. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, Wits Hurricane, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Dust Roller. Third to the 2, Praise Loudly. And fourth to number 1, Wit Loves Tacos. They went the opening quarter in 24 seconds. The half, 49-1. 6 furlongs, 114-2. Time for the mile, 143-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 3, the Oak Park Powerline Services Limited race. The winner number 3, Wits Hurricane. Wits Hurricane is a bay gelding, 4 years old, by declaration of war, out of the mare Hurricane Source by Hurricane Run. Owned by Mike Taranjo, trained by Lee Delaron, and ridden to victory by Richard Mangoli. Time for the mile, 1:43 and 2. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race, kicking off $50,000. Guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. But we will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 2, DARPA. That's race 5, scratch the 2, DARPA. Turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. That's race number 6, scratch the 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. There are no changes in race number 7. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Here in race 4, they're going to post in 17 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $2,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3, Stretch. We got struck by a hurricane.
We did. We made the dreaded mistake leaving one horse out. Should have spent the extra on the show. The 1 and 2 battled. The 4 was close. Maybe
Made the move early, so all the action happened. And Witt's hurricane just took advantage.
Yeah, that exactly. And then that wind. There's still some wind, pretty good wind going on, and that's going to affect the tired horse, get them even tireder a little quicker. So. Yeah, lesson learned. Moving on. We got over the $1 million, which is pretty impressive. Thanks everybody for jumping in.
A lot of money up for grabs with the longest shot in the first leg. Now the price just starts to balloon. Can they beat the 1 to 5 choice in here?
It's possible, but before quickly, we had the question of the day.
Oh yeah.
How much was it going to pay? And so, what is your prediction? You get the free pass on because of the long shot, so you know it went up in price.
Well, we talked about this earlier, and I said under 15.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Over 15.
All right.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm leaning to
1,500. That is.
If the 1 wins, I can see it under 15. That's what I'm going to go with.
Still 3 legs left after that.
That's true,
that
and they're
could
not
be a little
easy.
tricky.
Just what the percentage is, there's 20% said around the 10,000 plus, 20% said 1 million, which is actually going to be more now.
Okay, I'd like to book the 20% that think it's going to be $1 million, 1 winner, because lots of tickets.
Yeah, 24% is in yours from 1,500 to about 10,000. 34% think it's under 1,500. That was the vote before the race.
I wonder if they'd change it just like me
Might
now.
change, yes. Mitch just closed it off. So anyway, thanks everybody for jumping in on the question of the day. Really appreciate it. Let's hit the pick 4. We're going to be well over the 50,000 today. I'm going to start with the favorite at 1 to 5. A couple favorites have already been beat today. This horse is running, belongs at a slightly higher level. Was running for 3,500, dropped to the 1,500 level, and crushed the field. It was 2 turns, 7 furlongs, then was in for 25 non-winners, same condition, lost to Simple Man, a horse that came from Canterbury that I thought was a solid play in that day. It was a little classier, running for about 4,000 from Canterbury, came in here, looked good, run well, beat the rest by a length and 3/4. I think a similar effort with Jared Brown claiming the horse back. This combination was the one that won by 6. So that is the horse to beat. I know your selection, and I do like your selection. I could have went 6-1, 1-6. Go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, I went to the 6 Warren's Dirty Dancer 2 outs ago. I said if this horse comes off the pace, it is a winner, and they did stalk that day and drew off to win by a length and 1/4, and we got great odds at 7-1. In the comeback race, though, the horse didn't get out of the gate and was declared a non-starter. But the thing about that race was it spotted the field almost 20 lengths. I was calling it well back, never really gave it another call until about the head of the lane, and still it was still last, and then showed even more run late down the lane to run 3rd. So that was just an ultra impressive effort by Warren's Dirty Dancer. I think it'll be sitting about the same spot as Bacoli behind the speed, which I think is going to be Tally, who's going to go out and try and steal it on the front end, maybe with Anire, who also ran well. But if Warren's Dirty Dancer comes off it again and Kayla doesn't try and go to the lead like she did 3 outs ago, I think Warren has a huge shot today.
Absolutely. I always like to give a horse one kind of chance out of the gate. So just that was a freak accident. He's not really. He's had a couple veered out before. But that was a little different. So we'll find out. Just the horse is on the outside, so that's a nice spot for him. My sleeper, I know that the 2 beat the 6 after a troubled trip, but I think this is a horse that's kind of rounding back into form, similar to Zip Eddie. Ran a nice last couple races. This is the horse's level. The one can't run an improved effort, and anyway, but if you're looking for a price in there, remember this is non-winners of $2,500 for the year, so there is always some uncertainty. Just like Warren's Dirty Dancing, can the horse run 3 straight races at this level? It certainly can, but I don't think you'd be shocked if went off form. So that was my third selection.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 4, Anire, getting 7-1 right now. I backed this horse several times this year. Last year was a solid $5,000 claimer. Yeah, he's 10 years old now, but last time out, that race was absolutely huge, where it ran second over Analyzer, who's dropping in from $5,000 to the $1,500 level and was bet off the board. And Anire did give us a bit of a scare there with that rally on the outside, only lose by a length. A similar race by Anire, definitely he can win this one.
Yeah, back to another horse that's starting to wake up, right? He didn't show anything, and now he's suddenly woke up.
Maybe he just likes the cooler weather.
Very possible.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, I'm hoping to go finish off the back-to-back on the pick 4s here. Paid very nice yesterday, almost 600 profit, using some of it here. I've got 1, 2, 4, 6. Just in case the 1 doesn't fire, need a few others, got your horse. Then the 1, 3, 5 in the second leg. I've got a bunch in the next one, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I'm finishing it with the 1, 6. Small, I got to just even it up, round it to 100. A small tri-wheel, 1, 6 with 1, 6 with 2, 4. Only $4 to play that.
And myself, I have 1, 4, 6 in this race. In the 5th, 1, 5, 6, and 7. I'm keying the 6 in race number 6, Claire Essence. And rounding out with 5 horses, the 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7. That'll cost you $60. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5, the JP Weisers Derby. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Bacoli, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Jorge Carreño aboard. Number 2 is Bunch of Cash, owned by Kevin Sousa, trained by Elton Dickey with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is Tally, owned by Ryan DeJarlis and Dwight Taylor, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Anire, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 5 is Greeley's Spirit, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, Leroy Nelson in the saddle. Rounding out the field is number 6, Warren's Dirty Dancer, owned by A-Team Farms, trained by Devin Gittins with Kayla Pizarro. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. Turning your programs back to race number 3, we had 3 claims to report. Claim for $3,500 or $2,500 was number 1, Whit Loves Tacos, claim by Shelley Brown, owner trainer. Also claimed for $2,500, number 2, Praise Loudly, claimed by Alan Brown, owner trainer. And claim for $2,500, number 4, Dust Roller, claimed by Shelley Brown, owner trainer.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, fourth race going 6 furlongs, first leg of the pick 4. We're going to fly over the 50,000 in a few minutes. You want to jump in if you got time. First leg, I think it's the 1 and the 6. The 1 is the early money, has the class, sitting on a repeat effort from 2 back. Got the same combination, should get a good trip. The 6 is the replay horse. Many people must have watched the replay, hence it's the second choice. You need a sleeper to help your trifecta pay. That's a bunch of cash. It would get you a bunch of cash if it runs second or third. Kirt?
Yeah, my top pick is Warren's Dirty Dancer. Spotted the field 20 and came with a big run to lose by less than 5 lengths. I expect this horse to be in a stalking role today. I also like number 4, Anire. This horse ran lights out to a horse dropping from 5,000 wide open. That was a big favorite and only lost by a length. Definitely like Bacoli, but short odds. I'm taking 6 and 4 here in race number 4.
Bacoli, the 4-5 favorite, first into the starting gate. Bunch of Cash moves in. Next up will be Tally. Anire steps up and in. Now just 2 left to load. Greeley Spirit. And just waiting on Warren's Dirty Dancer. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Warren's Dirty Dancer. Away well to the inside. Tally is now showing the speed and taking a short lead. On the inside, Bunch of Cash showing speed 3 wide. That's Warren's Dirty Dancer. Bacoli taking back in 4th. 5th on the outside, Greeley Spirit, and well back to Anire, who is the early trailer. 22-2, a quick opening quarter. And Tally with a short lead. On the inside, Bunch of Cash, 3 wide. Warren's Dirty Dancer. Greeley Spirit watching the action in 4th. Then Bacoli and Anire is starting to roll it on the half. 45-4. On the inside, Bunch of Cash found room and shoots through and grabs the lead. Tally trying to battle on the inside. On the far outside, Anire with giant strides. Tally with the lead. Anire in between horses, Greeley. But Anire is going to win it. Tally hangs on for 2nd. 3rd will go to Warren's Dirty Dancer. And 4th to Bacoli. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Anire, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 45-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Results of the photos show number 3, Tally finished in 2nd. 3rd goes to number 6, Warren's Dirty Dancer. And 4th to number 1, Bacoli. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Gorno Family Memorial. That's number 4, Anire. Anire is a chestnut gelding, 10 years old, by Invaser, out of the mare Radhab by Dixieland Band, owned by Black Diamond Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., and ridden to victory by Sheldon Chickeness. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand the Gorno family that is making a blanket presentation to the winning connections in memory of Larry Gorno Sr., Jeanette Gorno, and Dave Gorno Sr. Congratulations goes out to trainer Tom Gardapi Jr., who scores the double, 2 wins, and also jockey Sheldon Chickeness, who scores the double also. 2 wins for trainer Tom Gardapi Jr. and jockey Sheldon Chickeness. And ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention back down to the winner's enclosure, Assiniboia Downs CEO Darren Dunn is making a presentation to the 2021 leading trainer Jerry Gorno, who makes it back to back. His owner Henry Witt Jr., a big part of his success, and joined by the winning jockey in race number 4, Sheldon Chickeness, also a big part of his success. Congratulations to Assiniboia Downs 2021 leading trainer, Jerry Gorno. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race, the J.P. Weiser's Derby. Scratch number 2, DARPA. That's in this, the 5th race. Scratch number 2, DARPA. The J.P. Weiser's Derby kicking off late pick 3 wagering here in race 5. They'll go to post in 19 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5, the JP Weisers Derby. For this allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 1 mile. Scratch number 2, DARPA. Well, Stretch, and a special welcome to TVG and their viewers once again. Anir, the old guy, sat in dead last and swooped them all.
He did, and again, this time of year we saw the cycle going. Last race was his best race of the year. The one before was a not bad race. And look at that, where the others are starting to decline. They've run their best races. It was a great ride for sure.
It was by Sheldon, knowing that they were going that fast. 45-4 for non-winners of the year. That's clipping along. The wind has subsided a little bit from when we started, but still they were really going.
For sure, for sure.
And you should have lent me the $806.40 for pushing the all button all the way along, because now it's looking pretty good.
It's looking very good. So just found out the numbers. So after the first leg, 4-horse field, started with about $1 million. It was almost $1 million, down to $200,000.
After race 1, the 4-horse, or race 3, the 4-horse field.
Which made sense. It was a little less divided by 4.
Yeah.
Next race after that race, this is a big shocker, all the way down to $13,600. Now that's dollars. Remember, these are 20 cents, so it's times by 5. But you can already start calculating from over $1 million that were in it down to $13,600. I'm hoping, well, I know there's people out there, good luck, because you are looking at a good payout, because the races don't get any easier.
Definitely not. Okay, who do you like here in the 5th?
Okay, so the scratch changed it up for me a bit. I moved up my top selection, Flash of Glory. Horse has been running against the 3-year-olds, but against the top 3-year-olds. Likes to win. It's just 3 out of 4 at the distance. The last 2 races have been so good. Doesn't look like he's going to win, and then he just keeps grinding and gets himself up. How do you not like horses like that? Just refuse to lose. He's got that extra gear. So that's my horse. He'll be sitting back. The only concern is just a matter of how much speed up front. If Carino can get him in a nice spot, not too far back, and make that move, I think he can get up.
Well, you know that number 1 Bucky's Pick is going to send a little bit of speed to this race. And I think added to that is number 7 Hazim. I really like the way Hazim ran last time out. Was beaten by number 5 Goldbuyer, but he chased after Most Amusing, who had suicide fractions as the half went in 47-3, and was sitting second, 8 lengths behind, faded back to 6th, but then came running again at the end, only to lose the photo to Life Been Good So Far, or the horse would have ran second. And what I do like about Hazim is those last 4 races this horse has run, all of them have been good,
and that's when they added Lasix to the horse. Now gets that under the belt, that 7 furlongs. I think this horse will be a stalker of Bucky's pick, and if they slow it down, they might just keep on running.
I agree. I've been using this horse in the tries and supers the last few times at good prices, getting a nice run. You're right. The only little concern is this horse hasn't won at the track or in a couple of years. That worries me a little bit. But the horse was racing over its head on 2 other thans against pretty well the under of the stake horses. That is fair. At least the horse is dropping in class. I have competitive figures in here for sure. I've got to go to the 5. After that, Gold Buyer. This is one of the long shots we managed to pick this year. Talked about it late. Was huge value. Is an in and outer. We said don't key this horse in today because you just never know. Could run a monster effort like last time, or could run like a couple of those other ones that weren't so good. So pick and choose who you're going to get today, but likes to win. Has 4 wins this year already, so a horse you don't want to leave out.
Yeah, Gold Buyer had run in the stakes last year and didn't win in them, but was competitive in there. So yeah, I also like Gold Buyer off that last race. Another horse to maybe take a look at, number 6, Hoochie Coochie Sam, 8-1 on the board. Ran second behind one of your faves, old Gucci there, Gooch Express. And this horse actually ran another huge race. It was only at the $5,000 level, but 3 outs ago, this horse made an absolute power move at the 3/8 pole, overtook everybody, opened up in the lane, and then got caught by Plum Lucky late down the lane. Hoochie Coochie Sam has to hope that there is a pace battle between the 1 and the 7 to set up for some closers to get there, but I think he'll be rallying with Gold Buyer. But he is running well in 2 out of his last 3 with a couple seconds.
For sure. Again, a competitive. He's always right there. It's, again, doesn't like to win a lot, but the right trip, you never know. Wide open race for sure.
Yeah, number 4 is Shaded. A couple 7th-place finishes. Really hasn't been able to get it going this year. Showed speed first time out against Tiger by his tail and then backed up out of there. That was a compact field of 4 and they went slow fractions that day. But the last 2 just hasn't been able to get it going. Does have a workout coming in before that last race. That was a good one, 49-3, but just didn't bring it to the racetrack and went off at monster odds. Good looking though.
Yeah, for sure. Now take a look.
And that is an ex-jockey beside it, so the horse just isn't a giant in there. Let's just say that. Okay, what do you think about Shaded?
Well, I was just going to say, if you look at last year, this time of year, September and the August, had the big win for 7,500, going 7 furlongs, one of the best races. Again, same cycle as about 3 winners this week. We're having that big race. So, yes, has been off form, but...
You're looking at 3 years ago?
I guess it would be 3
years ago.
3 years ago.
25 pounds lighter stretch.
That's why we make the discussion. It has been a little while. I thought that was last year. But 3 years ago, he was pretty good.
All right. Well, let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, you started off.
All right, here we go.
You really like this race, I
really
see.
Like it. Wide open. Let's get through this leg. I'm pretty confident. Hit the all button with the 5, 6, 8 and single the 1 in the last for $18.
All right, myself, I'm putting 30 to place on number 7, Hazim. Hoping for about $5 to place. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race number 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 4, we had 2 claims to report. Claim for $2,500 was number 1, Bacoli, claimed by Black Diamond Stable, trainer Tom Gardapi Jr. Also claimed for $2,500 was number 6, Warren's Dirty Dancer, claimed by Lane Foxwell, trainer Alan Brown. The horses are on the track for race number 5, the J.P. Wiser's Derby. They're going to go 1 mile for $14,700. Number 1 is Bucky's Pick, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Colleen O'Hagan, trained by Wendy Anderson with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 2, DARPA was scratched. Number 3 is Flash of Glory, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Shaded, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jerry Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 5 is Gold Buyer, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Hoochie Coochie Sam, owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester with Richard Mangley. Rounding out the field is number 7, Hazim, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Chady Jr. The J.P. Wiser's Derby here in race 5. They go to post in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we are going a mile here. We've got 6 horses. 3 and 5 are taking all the action. I think it's more than just those 2, but I am going to start with the 3, Flash of Glory. This is the horse that has been running against the 3-year-olds, now racing the older, but does like to win. Very game and makes that late move. The 5 also is one of those late closers that can close late. Needs a pace battle to help. The speed of the race is Bucky's Pick. That's the one. He may try to steal it, but I've got it 3, 5, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch. I went to number 7, Hazim. Here's another horse with a little bit of early speed to offer. I think the 1 and 7 can go out to the front and slow it down. Hazim has been a different horse since they added Lasix 4 outs ago. And last time out was closest to the leader, fell back, came back on. The Z pattern, taking late money here at 7-2. Hoochie Coochie Sam might be the value. That's 7-1. Good luck here in race 5. It's post time. Bucky's Pick, the first one secured in the starting gate. Flash of Glory, the co-favorite, moves in. Next up, Shaded. The 7-5 favorite, Gold Buyer, set to go in. Now sitting at 3-2. 2 left to load. Hoochie Coochie Sam. And just waiting on Hazim on the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Bucky's Pick a little fractious, and they're off. From the inside, Bucky's Pick quickly goes out to grab the early lead. By about a length and a half to the outside, Hazim is close. In between horses, Shaded, taking back Gold Buyer in 4th. Back in 5th, Hoochie Coochie Sam and Flash of Glory. About a dozen off the early lead. The opening quarter, 24 seconds. And Bucky's Pick has control by 3 lengths. Hazim the stalker in 2nd, Shaded on the rail 3rd. Moving up, Gold Buyer. 3 wide from 4th to 3rd. Hoochie Coochie Sam still about 6 off of it. And Flash of Glory about 10 off the lead. 49 seconds, a half mile. And Bucky's Pick getting company as Gold Buyer engages Bucky's Pick for the lead. Now Hazim has started to roll with Hoochie Coochie Sam. Gonna make a 4 wide bid. Shaded in 5th. And Flash of Glory rallying from last. Only about 8 out of it.
The leader now, Gold Buyer, 3/4, 116 and 4. Hazim on the outside, pokes a nose in front. 3 wide, Hoochie Coochie Sam. Hoochie Coochie Sam trying to get to Hazim, who has the lead. These two have separated on the field. Hoochie Coochie Sam at the 16th pole. Hazim is going to give one more try to the wire. These two. But it looks like Hoochie Coochie Sam hung on with Hazim second best and third to Flash of Glory. Stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds, the half 49 seconds, 3/4, 113 and 4. Time for the mile, 141 and 3. Results of the photos show the winner number 6, Hoochie Coochie Sam. Second goes to number 7, Hazim. Third to number 3, Flash of Glory. And fourth to number 5, Gold Buyer. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the J.P. Weiser's Derby. That's number 6, Hoochie Coochie Sam. Hoochie Coochie Sam is a dark bear brown gelding, 6 years old, by Fort Lamed, out of the mare Samsel by Consolidator. Owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester, and ridden to victory by Richard Mangley. Time for the mile, 141 and 3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Richard Mangley, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Richard Mangley. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Chris's 60th birthday celebration race. Scratch number 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. Once again, in this 6th race, scratch the 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. Chris's 60th birthday celebration race here in race number 6 will kick off late double wagering. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this $5,000 claimer. For fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-4 lifers, they're going to go 7 furlongs. Scratch number 4, Victorian Moon. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start, will not run on Lasix. Hoochie Coochie Sam hangs on for the win, beating Hazim, who I thought would run good, but place bet.
Yeah, great.
Only got 380 though.
Yeah, everybody jumped on board the Kirt bandwagon there. It's interesting. We talked about the Hoochie, and the figures were there. He was just losing. Like, he lost to the Gooch. Everybody lost to the Gooch.
Yeah, in the betting blast, I said that was the value. In the race before, Anire was the value on the board, and live in the pick 4. But I'm pretty slim in this leg, as I only have the 6 Clarescence, who is both of our top selections in here. Clarescence taking the big drop in class from the allowance level down to this non-4. 2 outs ago, ran against 2 Steps Faster and Kate's Princess. Last time out, she went sprinting, and that just isn't her cup of tea, sprinting. Even though she didn't run bad in there, only beaten 5 3/4 lengths. But Clarescence, the last time she's been with these kind was when she was in the 5 non-3 lifer. When she first arrived, she was almost even money on the board, and she won easily by 5.5. And I think Clarescence won't be sitting a ton back, probably about 5-6 lengths, unless they go really fast on the front end. But she has quite the closing kick.
Absolutely. You just look at some of the ones she's been up against, and you look at, I know DARPA didn't run today, but she was a stakes horse, very tough in there. You put her in there. 2 Steps Faster learned how to run the 7 furlong. She was tough there. And just to be that close to some of the other ones, Kate's Princess didn't win that last race, but she's a runner.
Sprinting, she was dynamite, blowing right through her conditions, real easy.
Yeah, no, that's a good horse, a good key. There's only $900 left in the pick 4, and you've got a couple of those tickets. And in the pick 5 update, I was just looking at it and got word that there's only $1,776 left, so times by 5. So you're already into some good payouts with 2 kind of wide open. Sure, the 6 is the favorite here, but there's a few others that certainly could beat the 6 in here. I'll go to my second selection here. I've just liked how she's running, kind of the same kind of thing this time of meet or year, and that's Funny Flowers. Maybe because we were successful with her last time out, and after the troubled trip, I just think that she's a bigger horse and can sit and make that move. You can't seem to think that she's going to be near the lead. I think she's going to be a little farther back and make that kind of patent outside move and kind of take over, kind of like she's kind of like an Anar, however you want to go with that
Anar?
one. Thank you, that's the one. That kind of running style. So I've got her as my second choice. We both have the 5, Tough Enough to Start. I think we both can agree that she's going to be right near the lead for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. Her 7 and 7.5 furlong race from 3 and 4 outs ago. Those were dynamite races, winning the non-2 and the non-3 very convincingly. But I think she's going to get company from the inside. Number 1, Quietly Quick, who does show speed. And the last time it went around 2 turns, it duked it out with Camano Comet in some solid fractions. 24 and 1, 48 and change, and that's set up for who other than my West Princess, who ended up getting up in the final strides to beat Camano Comet. But if they leave Tough Enough to Start all alone on the front end, she could be long gone.
Oh, completely. She's run some, like you said, bang-up races there, and losing to Whittenny 10 is nothing bad about there. Another horse we don't have listed would be the 7 Wit 9, who woke up, or were sitting on the win and actually did beat the 8. Lost to the 8, but then came back and ran the big effort, going the 2 turns. Kind of surprised me a little bit there, but she looked very good doing that. Clearly her distance is going around the 2 turns. And you get that. She's a closer, so the outside post isn't as big a deal if she was a speed horse.
Yeah, she had a speed setup in there, and Antonio Whitehall, he did
pulled the trigger at the right time, waited, and then went by late. I like another closer in here also. Number 3, Don't Get Smart. This is a horse that watched a pace battle last time out. And Wits 10. This is a horse that already won 5 this year. Commando Comet also with a great year. This horse can hit the winner's circle, but keeps getting beat by horses who love winning. And that was a good second beaten 4 last time out. I bet this horse to place last time, and I think I got a $10 place price on it. But Don't Get Smart, no early speed. It'll want to rally from off of it.
Correct. Yeah, you need that the early pace to kind of heat it up to set it up for her.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch started off.
All right, I'm going to go with your 6 or our 6, 6 and 8 with 6 and 8, and have everybody come in third. It's called Bring in the Long Shots that I usually yell after those 2 pull away. And then I'm going to use your term, Kirt. I'm going to throw the wedge in there, 6-8, wedge it in there. I like to sometimes use a gap wedge when I'm playing the golf in between distances with the all with 6-8.
There you go. And I'm going after the tractor, but I'm taking the 6 on top with the 3-5-7-8. With the 3-5-7-8, I'm taking a $2 wheel. If you want to take a $1, it's $12. I'm taking a 2 for $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Mandatory payout of the jackpot high 5. Directing your attention back to race number 5, we have a claim to report. Claim for $10,000 was number 5, Gold Buyer, claimed by Lee Delaron, owner-trainer. The horses are on the track for race number 6, Chris's 60th birthday celebration race. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $9,700. Number 1 is Quietly Quick, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Dwight Lewis. Number 2 is Good to Me, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Jared Brown with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Don't Get Smart, owned by Roy Feedy, trained by Shelley Brown with Richard Mangley. Number 4, Victorian Moon, was scratched. Number 5 is Tough Enough to Start, owned by Mike Napoleon, trained by Tom Gardaby Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Claire Essence, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 7 is Wit 9, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, Funny Flowers, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Neville Stevenson. Chris's 60th birthday celebration race here in race 6. They go to post in 4 minutes.
2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going 7 furlongs, still 2 turns, a little quicker to the turn, so you've got to find position quite quickly. I think there's a potential early pace battle between the 1 and the 5. So I've gone to the couple closers. The 6, who's the favorite, I don't like the price. I think it's a little bit lower. She is dropping in class, not facing any of the monsters she had to. My bit of price horse here that I've liked how she's been running, and that's the 8. This horse is also a closer, going short. Now going 2 turns, but I think she can handle it. So I've got it 6, 8, 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm all about number 6, Clarescent. That drop is a massive one. Going against these non-4 lifers, I think this is the easiest race she's seen since her first one when she crushed them by 5 in the non-3. And again, you said there was pace. I think there is going to be. So that's going to set up for a closing style. If you're looking for a price on the board, look at number 3, Don't Get Smart at 11-1. Good luck here in race 6. Post time! Quietly quick, first into the starting gate. Good to me. Also is in. Don't Get Smart, now loaded. Next up, Tough Enough to Start. The 4-5 favorite Clarescent steps in.
Now just 2 left to load. Wit 9. And now just waiting on Funny Flowers. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Quietly Quick. Quickly goes out to capture the early lead, but Tough Enough to Start also has the same idea. And these two, as Tough Enough to Start is going wide into the first turn. In between horses is Funny Flowers. Up close early, settle back in fourth, Good to Me. Fifth is going to be Wit 9, then Clarescence, about 7 lengths off it, and well back to go. Don't Get Smart, over a dozen off the lead. 25 seconds the opening quarter, and Quietly Quick on the inside, in between horses. Funny Flowers, 3 wide, Tough Enough to Start. Back in fourth, Good to Me. Clarescence starting to make a move. And Wit 9 second to last. And Don't Get Smart still the trailer. The half 49 and 1. And Tough Enough to Start now goes by and takes the lead by a length. Funny Flowers trying to battle back in second. Good to Me making a 3 wide rally with Wit 9 and Clarescence. They hit the head of the lane. In between horses, Tough Enough to Start. On the far outside, Wit 9 with a full head of steam. Good to Me with a short lead. Wit 9 on the outside. Wit 9 with a late running Don't Get Smart, but Wit 9's gonna take it. Close for second and third between Good to Me and Don't Get Smart. Stewart's opposed to number 7, Wit 9. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter, 25 seconds. The half, 49 and 1. 6 furlongs, 116. Time for the 7 furlongs, 131. There's also the photo show number 2, Good to Me, finishing second. Third goes to number 3, Don't Get Smart, and fourth to number 8, Funny Flowers. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6, Chris's 60th birthday celebration race. The winner, number 7, Wit 9. Wit 9 is a Bay filly, 4 years old, by Drums of Thunder, out of the mare Tate Hill, by Graham Hall. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 7 furlongs, 131. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot High 5 wagering. mandatory payout here in race number 7. The carryover, just over $32,400. That's right here in race 7. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7 for this allowance. On to Lifer. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Special welcome for the last time to TVG and all their viewers. Stretch, Whit 9, Antonio Whitehall, and Jerry Gorno teaming up for their 5th win of the week now. And some decent prices.
Some very good prices. Horses that were not surprises. We talked about them. Didn't play the tickets correctly. We're not alive on either, but it wasn't like it's a shock. You know, the 7 was in my selections or in there of a closer. All of them have always kind of been in the closers, so no surprise there.
Don't Get Smart came way too late, but finished with a pile of horse.
Completely. So good luck, if you're alive. There's some very nice payouts. They start at $2,300 for these. This is for 20 cents. This is for 20 cents, all the way up to $26,000 on the 7. The pick 4s are paying really well. We thought it was a tricky sequence. It was. You're rewarded with selecting the right ones. Just before we talk about the horses, really quick, the production crew makes us look good, Kirt, with all of our shenanigans. So just some of them here. We've got Jake and Bradley. They're usually on the camera showing us that. Today it's Marissa. She's bouncing around. We've got Ryan, that's Beth's brother. I didn't know he had a name. Beth's brother.
Oh, you can't even get her name right.
And then we've
one
got
more time.
Jessica's there, and then of course Adam, I think, is helping out. Beth, of course, everybody knows Beth. She has to put up with me, and then of course the lead is Mitch. So thanks to them to keep us going.
Definite thank you.
To finish off, and so here we go. Last race, let's finish off strong. There's still the high 5, so we can get out on the day. We haven't had that much racing luck. Maybe our picks weren't that good. I'm going to start with the 1 horse as my top selection. So Marissa, let's find the 1, Midnight Salute. The name matches it out to salute the end of the meet. This horse has been running well. I liked the last race. Showed speed going long against some of the top 3-year-olds. Now cuts back. There's a couple good races on there a little ways back that shows the horse can come off the pace and do fine at the 6 furlongs. Horse should not get the lead with the 6 in here. So I think this horse is going to kind of get a stalking trip, a repeat effort of a couple of those last races, and makes him right there. I certainly like 5-1. I think that's more than fair value for that one.
Yeah, he has to run one of those maiden allowance races, that Eviscerator Red Astaire race from June the 8th when Jorge Craniel was aboard. If he runs that type of race, definitely he's going to be a big player. I like number 3, E2 Babu. This horse has been on the fringes of a winning effort this year. 9 starts, 1 second, and 4 third-place finishes. But in 7 starts here, 5 for 7 in the money. Did have a bad finish in the Derby, but throw that one out. The other bad finish was the Golden Boy. But besides those 2, this horse is 5 for 5 in the money. Ran against a lot of nice horses. This is a field of half boys and half girls. And E2 Babu got beat by Mr. Snickers, who we thought would win that race and was the overwhelming favorite on the board. But he definitely ran a very game second. I think he's going to come running at the end once again, but I think he has to catch Call the Cops, who could definitely get loose.
Yeah, and that's why it's my second selection. I was hovering which way to go. The 6, it's cutting back from 1 mile and 1/8. I'm not a big fan of that big of a cut back. I like the 7 furlongs back to the 6. 1.8 miles. Did look good. You like Call the Cops that day quite a bit, and he definitely impressed me. So I do like that horse. Like you said, catch me if you can. That's kind of how the race is going to go. You think the 3's coming. Who else do you have, Kirt?
I have number 4, Orange Theory. This is one of the fillies in the race. And she ran a flat race 2 outs ago as the huge favorite. But last time out, ran a really good race, chasing every step of the way and just tiring late down the lane. I don't think she'll be in the chasing role of Call the Cops. I think she's going to try and do the rallying effort like 3 outs ago when she lost to Fox Appeal. That kind of a race, definitely
she can get it done with that one.
I agree. Yeah, we liked her in that race that she ran flat, so we're a little disappointed. So I'm not she certainly can be there. Like you said, that last race was a really good race. I'll throw in a kind of a fifth horse because it's the high five. This is Peb. He'll be coming from the back. He maybe isn't up to the level of the top few that we've mentioned, but you need a fourth and fifth place horse. And that's going to be my horse that I'm going to use in there. He'll be coming from the back. 2 back was a nice race. I liked how he came from way too far back and still managed to get up. Helps the high five pay, because remember, you need 5 of them. So
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look at that, already almost $60,000 in the pool. Well, Stretch, let's go to our bets in here. And you didn't want to lend me the $806.40 because you didn't know if I was going to pay you back. If you wanted to buy the jackpot high five pool, $1,344, and you box them all and hope for the wild combination, you don't want to lend me $672.
Well, I missed the boat. You know what? We missed the boat. We would have made money if we had bought the field.
Oh, yeah.
And so now it's too late. Now you do that and it pays short. Here's my high five. 20-cent high five, $57.60 total. I've got 1-3-4-6 with 1-3-4-6. Like I mentioned, I needed the 8. 1-3-4-6-8 with the 1-3-4-6-8. And after that, it doesn't matter because I have all in the last spot. Last race of the meet, I've got to call a stretch change order. I'm keeping that, but I need a bet just in case. I'm going to go...
$2 to show on someone?
No, I'm going to make it just because I want it just in case I don't get it.
All right.
A $10 exactor box, 1 and 6. Those are my top 2 selections. So I believe it's Adam. Beth has called it a night on me. So it's a $10 box, 1 and 6. For those that don't want to play the high five. Kirt, great season. Just before you have your bet, he is the busiest guy going. He puts up with me, and then he runs and calls the races. Very good. Kirt, give us the last bet.
All right, I'm taking the 3 on top, E2 Babu. I'm taking 1-4-6-7 with the 1-4-6-7-8 with the 1-2-4-6-7-8 with the 1-2-4-6-7-8 on the bottom. That'll cost you $38.40. Good luck with all your wagers. And thanks for joining us for ASD Live. And may the racing gods be with you over the winter. Turning your programs back to race number 6, we had a claim to report. Claim for $5,000. Number 5, Tough Enough to Start by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey. Trainer, Elton Dickey. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Midnight Salute, owned by Shelley Brown, Steve Holborn, Christina Bell, and Dean Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Maybella, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 3 is E2 Babu, owned by Lloyd Dietz and Cal Britton, trained by Cal Britton with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Orange Theory, owned by Shelley Brown, Scott Anderson, and Harvey Warner, trained by Shelley Brown with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Reasonable Cause, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Leroy Nelson. Number 7 is Faded Rose, owned by Andy Stronach, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 8, Peb, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Kayla Pizarro. Jackpot high five wagering here in race 7. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go, last race of the season, exciting season, 6 furlongs. We've got a great race to finish it off. It's the high five going, it's gonna hit over 100,000, not too worried about that. My top selection is the one Midnight Salute. I think this horse is gonna stalk behind the speed, which is the 6, and make that move. The 6 furlong races that this horse has run in the past are good enough to win. It is Catch Me If You Can on the 6. Gonna try to steal it, call the cops, here we go. See how far she goes. So I've got it 1-6, 3 closing late. Kirt?
Yeah, I do like number 6, Call the Cops. Could get loose. But I like number 3, E2 Babu, who hasn't missed the board besides a couple really tough races. The Derby, 2 stakes. So this horse will be closing on the field, but he might get too far back. The other one I like is the filly. Number 4, Orange Theory, a great race last time out in a stalking roll. So I got 3, 4, and 6. Good luck here in the nightcap.
It's post time.
I know the one 私たちも知ってた本気を出すのは当然だ他の中と違うからこの気持ちは捨てれない約束させなきゃ決して譲らない失望させない決して置き去りにはしない決して任せないさよなら言わない決して嘘で傷つけない
First one into the gate, Maybella, as they're loading for the final time of 2021. Next in, E2 Babu. Orange Theory now steps up and in. Reasonable Cause's turn. The even money favorite, Call the Cops. He's locked and loaded. Faded Rose's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Peb on the far outside. And now just waiting on Midnight Salute. He's now in. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Call the Cops quickly goes out to capture the lead by a length. Orange Theory will be the stalker in second on the inside. E2 Babu settled back in third to his outside. Faded Rose. Another gap length back to Midnight Salute, making a run with Reasonable Cause. Peb and well back to Maybella, about 15 off the lead. The opening quarter, a quick 23 seconds. And Call the Cops is trying to steal it. In second, Orange Theory. Midnight Salute has made up a lot of ground, 3 wide. The half, 45 and 4. Call the Cops with the lead at the head of the lane. On the outside, Midnight Salute with the best chance from here. Call the Cops. Midnight Salute corrals them at the 16th pole, and Midnight Salute is going to win the final race of 2021. Call the Cops in second. Third's going to go to Orange Theory. Fourth to E2 Babu, and fifth to Reasonable Cause. Stewart's supposed to number 1 Midnight Salute as your race winner. Second goes to number 6 Call the Cops. Third to number 4 Orange Theory. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 45 and 4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12 flat. Also the photos show number 5, Reasonable Cause, finish in 4th. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner. Here in race number 7, that's number 1, Midnight Salute. Midnight Salute is a dark bear brown gelding, 3 years old, by Midnight Loot, out of the mare Holiday Moon by Harlan's Holiday. Owned by Shelley Brown, Steve Holborn, Christina Bell, and Dean Brown. Trained by Shelley Brown and ridden to victory by Assiniboia Downs leading rider, Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12. Well, now it's time for Crazy Hour in the second level clubhouse. Live racing for 2021 is now history. On simulcast racing, VLT action, and delicious dining. We're no strangers to love. So make Assiniboia Downs. You know the rules, and so do I. Until the midnight, bring it on.
Never gonna give you up.